Hi, Bangtan. How are you? Good morning, Christina. Hello, Cosmo. Alright, Bangtan, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Yeah, Christina, I can add you to the list. Okay, Bangtan, now pick a card between 1 and 21. Okay, nice, Bangtan. So for you, it seems like the card you picked is a Ten of Pentacles. And this is a great card. This is all about pretty much like satisfaction and kind of like letting you know that as long as you keep putting effort into what you're doing, it's going to pay off in the future. So like if there's anything you've been working on lately, just know it's going to work out well, like in the long run. You just got to keep doing what you're doing. Make sure you're not taking any shortcuts or anything. Like if this is like, like your legacy or something that you're pursuing. So this is kind of just like, look at this as a relief. So, for your path that you've been working on. And even if it's been filled with like any setbacks or challenges, just kind of look at it as learning experiences to help you learn from. But the overall message you're pretty much getting is just know that there's going to be a lot of like happiness that's going to be surrounding you soon if it hasn't already. And also, like, your results are going to be like so positive and good that there shouldn't be any type of financial struggles in your future. Like, you're just going to end up being like financially stable, and that goes for like relationships too, not just like for whatever you're working on, if that makes sense. So just pretty much there's going to be a lot of positivity, a lot of changes happening as long as you keep doing what you're doing, and a lot of abundance. So overall, just keep doing what you're doing and don't take any shortcuts, okay? Hello, Sajal. Hi, Blue Butterfly. Yeah, I can add you guys. Hi, She. Let me go ahead and put a list on the screen for you guys. Anytime, Bangtan. Thank you. And then, Christina, you're going to be up next. But let me just add a list so that way you guys can see where you guys are. Yeah, She, I'll add you too right now. Okay, thank you guys for being patient. Hi, Vicky. Sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly. Yeah, I just added you to the list. Just make sure you like and subscribe. Okay, Christina, let me shuffle these cards really quick. But in the meantime, Christina, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, Sizzle. Anytime, Vidhi. Okay, Christina, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 34. Thank you, Sejal. Okay, Christina, so it seems like the card you picked is the Queen of Swords. So as far as your question is, okay, so this is good. This is all about kind of like they might be the one to like the type of person to kind of like take it a little bit slow. So there's definitely going to be build up. It's kind of like they kind of have like this shell, if that makes sense. Like there's definitely a lot going on beneath the shell, but they kind of need to work their way out of it. So they might come off like a little bit shy at first, but then once it gets going, it's really gonna like take off, if that makes sense. So it's like you might need to be a little bit patient, but it's definitely gonna eventually reveal itself. So like the spiciness is there, but you need to let it come out. Like it's gonna come out when it's ready, and then that's when it's really like the little chemistry. With so as far as like when it starts getting intimate, it's really just gonna take off. Because I'm getting that they may be the type of person that not necessarily avoids like grand gestures or like romantic displays, but yeah, like they kind of like they like to take things a little bit slower. Like they do want that, but they want more than that too. Yeah, so just keep that in mind. They definitely like to have like some, not boundaries, but they do like to keep things slow. As far as a time frame, let me see. You had picked pile 3, right? Go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 33, Christina, so we can see. Thank you, Bruni. Hi, the 7 Impossible. Hi, Farheen. Yeah, I'll add you guys to the list right now. Okay, let me write down these people really quick, Christina, and then we'll finish you up. Okay. So, okay, Christina. So as far as the time, it doesn't seem like I'm really getting a clear time on when. It's more like it's like more like this is like all about intuition. Like you're gonna, it's kind of like you're gonna have an idea when the time comes. Like you're gonna feel it. It's gonna be like the time is right. Because it seems like they're the type of person that really wants to feel into the moment. They might be a little bit spontaneous about it, but you're gonna feel it when the time's right, and that goes for them too. Because I'm not really getting a clear time. For this card, I got the High Priestess, and this is all about like pretty much using your intuition. So overall, you're pretty much gonna, you'll probably feel it. You're gonna be able to feel it. Like you're gonna feel the buildup. Yeah. So I mean, just look forward to that, because honestly, sometimes when it's spontaneous, that's when it's more intense. If that makes sense. Yeah. So pretty much, it's gonna be in the moment type thing. Yeah. Thank you for your question. Okay, I'm gonna update the list, and then next up is Casmo. Okay, thank you, Christina. Hi, Melody. Yeah, I just added you to the list as well. Okay, Casmo, I'm gonna shuffle these cards, and then you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Hi, Ashita. Hi, Toya. Yeah, I can add you guys to the list. Let me just help out Casmo, and then I'll update the list again. Yeah, Toya, I'll add you to the list too. Okay, Casmo, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 20. Anytime, Toya. Okay, so Casmo, it seems like the card you picked is the Page of Swords. So this card is all about, it's like pretty much the overall is kind of like being full of energy, passion, and enthusiasm. So it seems like as far as their current feeling, their current feelings towards them, Amara, would be they have like this abundance of energy, but they're also like kind of like the type of person that likes to plan things. They're also like kind of patient about it, just because they like to plan things and make sure it goes like as best as possible, if that kind of makes sense. Okay, you're Amara. Okay, so then their feelings towards you is pretty much like it seems like they might have something that's on their mind that they're kind of planning towards you. Like I'm not sure if this is like a relationship or a friendship, but they're the type of person that seems to never run out of ideas. Like they're kind of like the type of person that loves ideas, if that kind of makes sense. But I'm also getting that there could be like they may sometimes kind of be like avoidant if there's any type of issues or like problems going on between you guys. So I'm not sure if you guys are fighting or anything like that. And I'm also kind of getting there might be a little bit of emotional intimacy issues. And that could be on your side or their side. But I think that might be on their side. It seems like they might be the type of person that might feel like their emotional needs aren't kind of being met. I think that's either your side. I don't know, I'm kind of getting it more on their side. But it could be your side too. And it's the overall energy is kind of like there seems like there needs to be some more communication to avoid any bigger problems arising, kind of like to stop problems from getting worse. Not to say there is problems, but to avoid any problems from happening. So just kind of look out for that. So it seems like their next actions, I think that was how you asked it, right? Yeah, so it seems like their next actions towards you, it seems like they're going to be trying to, like they're planning and trying to figure out how to communicate better with you. Just to make sure that you guys are both being heard and listened to, if that makes sense. Because it seems like they're feeling a little bit anxious right now. And that could be because if you guys are having, like I said, it seems like there might be some emotional intimacy type issues right now. So just try to be open with them because it seems like they're the type of person that can kind of struggle with being open, but they do have a lot of feelings underneath it all. So just make sure both of you guys are being heard so you guys can get past this. Because they do want to like communicate better to avoid any problems from happening. I hope that makes sense, Cosmo. Thank you for your question. The time with this card, let me see. Well, it seems like, the beginning of spring, I'm pretty sure the beginning of spring just happened. This seems like this is going to happen sometime this week. Sometime within this week or like the following week. Because this is the type of person too that likes to plan things. So they want it to go right. Okay, Casmo? Yeah, I'm going to update the list right now. I had told you guys I was going to update it after I finished helping Casmo. Thank you, Farheen. So yeah, just expect it within this week to next week because they're the type of person that wants to plan it. So they want to make sure you guys kind of have like undivided attention when you guys talk about this. They don't want to just talk about it and worry about any interruptions or anything like that because they take this seriously. They don't want to have any issues with you because they really want to make you guys work. Thank you for your question. Anytime, Casmo. Thank you. Okay. Hi, Divya. Hi, Black Diamond. Okay, let me update the list really quickly because I have it written down, but I need to type it on here. Hold on, I'm still updating the list. I was trying to spell your last name correctly as she didn't accidentally put it. Okay. Okay, it cut off a little bit, the list, but you guys can see where you guys are. Okay, now we're back with you, Sajal. Okay, let me shuffle the cards really quick, Sajal, and then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Sajal, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 22. Okay, so it seems like with the cards you picked the Knight of Swords. And this energy, it seems like with this card, okay, on either your side or their side, there's gonna be some action being taking place as far as about like I feel like this is like a connection type of energy I can't tell because I don't know your guys' situation, but it seems like there might be some difficulty committing completely. And it seems like either you or them, like on one side, it seems like there's some emotional intimacy issues, and not in a way where they don't want to be, but it's like they've been through some stuff where it's kind of difficult for them to really open up. And you guys are definitely going to be in contact because this is the type of situation where decisions need to be made and action needs to be taken place. So definitely, you can definitely look forward to making contact. And it seems like there's definitely going to be some stuff talked about. Because it seems like on either your side or their side, they may be the type of person that kind of gets bored a little bit easy. So they might want to figure out how you guys can go about things to kind of like spice things up between the two of you. So just look forward to that because there's going to definitely be some communication there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, their side, if you're saying their side, then yeah. Then it seems like if you're saying their side, then most likely it's going to be them. Like there's some, I can't tell what it is, but it seems like there's something that they're kind of, that they have on their mind that they need to make some decisions about, and they're going to bring that up to you. Because this card is all about taking action and like being prompt with it. So they definitely have something on their mind that they want to talk to you about. Because it seems like they like to be always, not necessarily always like physically doing something, but they kind of like they have this feeling where they can get bored really quickly. So it's just kind of, keep that on your mind and be ready when they want to talk to you about whatever they want to talk to you about, and try to be like responsive and communicative with them, because they might kind of be like beat around the bush a little bit when they try to communicate with you. And that's not your fault. It just seems like they're that type of person where they kind of struggle to tell you the full truth. This is all about positivity because they want to make decisions. They're making decisions to take action because they care enough to take action. So don't look at it in a negative way. It's more like addressing anything and kind of making sure you guys are on the same page, if that makes sense. It's not a negative card. So just kind of like keep that in mind that they just want to make sure you guys are on the same page so you guys can move forward, making sure you guys are seeing eye to eye, if that makes sense. So, just be open to what they have to say. And be ready to, because I'm getting they're going to be very direct with it. Yeah, thank you for your questions, Sajal. Hi, Gurpreet. Yeah, let me update this list really quick because I had left some of the old people, so it looks like there's more people there, but there's not. And then next up is going to be Blue Butterfly. Hi, Manisha. Yeah, just make sure you like and subscribe, and I'll add you right now, too. Okay, blue butterfly. I'm going to shuffle these cards really quick and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, blue butterfly. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. Okay. Okay, blue butterfly. So it seems like the card you picked is the Eight of Wands. And this is all about like um pretty much it seems like what they want to accomplish within your guys' relationship is seems like there's going to be a lot of progress being made, a lot of picking up the pace, excitement, and then you can even expect some surprises. So, if you've been like dealing with any type of like not necessarily your love life like being slow or like being like in a rut. It's just kind of like if things have slowed down a little bit, like busier than usual type energy, stuff like that. You just expect them to be working towards making it exciting again and picking up the pace. Yeah. So you can expect some surprises. There's going to be some like these are going to be like happening very quickly. So expect like, some spontaneous surprises. So, because they want to bring the excitement back, if that makes sense. So they're going to be surprising you very soon. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It seems like they're trying to change that. Because this card with this, with the Eight of Wands, it's all about like picking up the pace, just overall speed, making progress, and like sudden changes and overall like excitement type energy. So just be patient and know it's coming, but it's gonna definitely be like spontaneous, if that makes sense. Because they're trying to bring back. It seems like they're trying to bring back some spark. Yeah, and they definitely have that on their mind. Because it seems like I'm getting to that. There's something as far as career related is going to be picking up the pace. So they're kind of using that and drawing from that, like not even just inspiration, but they're like, okay, well everything seems to be going as planned. So let me bring some excitement back because they definitely have noticed that there's been lacking. Okay, yeah, see, and they definitely know that. They're trying to make some changes. Yeah, so just be confident, be patient, and try to like expect it but not expect it because it is gonna happen like at a spontaneous moment if that makes sense. Because it seems like everything's picking up, and they like that everything's picking up, so they're kind of like taking a step back a little bit and trying to give you some more time to like spend together with one another. Yeah, so I wish you the best of luck with that. Just overall, like keep in mind some surprises are definitely in store for the both of you. Thank you for your question, Blue Butterfly. Anytime. Thank you. Okay, and next up is gonna be she. Okay, I'm gonna give she about like 20-30 more seconds to see if they're still here. If not, Vidhi, if you're here, you can go ahead and respond. Whichever one of you responds first, I'll go ahead and help you so I can keep the line moving. So I'll give she and Vidhi a second to see if they're here. If not, Varuni. So whichever one of you respond first, I'll go ahead and help you. Okay, thank you, Farheen. We'll most likely move on to you. I don't think, okay, so Varuni is here, okay. So then we'll move on to you, Varuni, and then, because I'm not saying she or Vidhi. Okay, Varuni, so go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Okay. Okay, Varuni, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. Okay, thank you, the 7 Impossible. You'll be up next. Okay, this is interesting. So it seems like, as far as your question goes, there's a lot of temptation. There's a lot of temptation with this card. It seems like you picked the Devil card. So this isn't necessarily a no. It's like it's like more like a maybe, but it seems like, because there's definitely temptation there for it to be a yes, but it seems like there's also underlying factors that are preventing it from being a yes flat out, if that makes sense. And that could be kind of like, I'm getting like independent issues. So it's like, it seems like on their side they may not be quite ready for the relationship, or they're the type of person that's kind of like, it seems like they're saying some stuff but you may not be getting the full truth behind it. But they're definitely tempted to, but it seems like, I'm just overall getting, it seems like on one side they're not really um they're kind of like not feeling trapped, but they're not ready to give up their independence yet, if that makes sense. Like they're definitely tempted to, though. There's something that's holding them back and kind of making them feel like that. But they also have like this lack of fulfillment that's tempting them to change that and to turn it into a relationship. So it seems like they kind of have some underlying issues they need to fix first before they do it, because it's not a flat out no, but there's definitely some issues that are preventing it from happening yet, if that makes sense. So kind of just keep that in mind, because it can definitely change. This isn't like a hard no, because there's like, I'm getting like there's a lot of temptation here, but there's something that's holding them back from it finally, coming into fruition. Yeah, thank you for your question. I hope that makes sense. But I'm overall just getting that they're very tempted to, but there's something there. There's something beneath it all that is preventing it from happening. So kind of just communicate with them and, let them know that you're all in either way. Thank you for your question, Rooney. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, then that's probably what's getting in the way. Because they're tempted to, but if there's like lack of contact like that, it might be preventing it from happening. So, you know, if that's something you do want to happen, you should just work on communication with it overall. Like, let them know so that way you guys can be on the same page. Okay, the 7 impossible. Let me shuffle these cards really quick. And then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 when you're ready. The 7 impossible. Anytime, Bruni. Thank you for your question. Okay, the 7 impossible. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. Hi, Nihongo. Okay, thank you. I'll update the list right now after I'm done helping the 7 impossible. Yeah, I'll add you shortly. Hi, Vidhi. Yeah, you had missed, but I can help you after the 7 impossible. I'm just waiting for them to pick a card between 1 and 27. And yeah, Farheen, so let me just explain to you guys right away. So every time I start over with you know, as the line goes, you know, so next up, like when I go back to Vidhi, I pretty much shuffle the cards to start fresh, and then I'll break it into 3 piles, the deck, so that after that, I count each card, like depending on the pile you pick. So, like for example, the 7 impossible picked pile 3, so I count that many cards, however many cards is in it. So I just need the 7 impossible to pick a card between 1 and 27, because I like to make this reading as personal as possible, if that makes sense. Yeah, Christina, I got it. So then the 7 impossible, just go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. Okay, 27. And then next up is going to be Vidhi. And then after that, I'm going to take Christina because she donated. Okay, so you said the true feeling and intentions towards you. Okay, so for your card, you have right here the 8 of Swords. And this card... Okay, so this card, it depends. Okay, so it seems like they're kind of feeling a little bit restricted, kind of overall self-conscious, and it seems like they not necessarily are feeling trapped, but it seems like there's definitely something going on right now. I'm not sure if this is like if you guys are in a relationship or you guys are talking, but overall the energy of this is kind of feeling like a little bit suffocated, kind of smothered, if that makes sense. And not necessarily in a bad way, but it seems like some changes are definitely like wanted right now, because it seems like action and control needs to be taken care of. Otherwise, it's just going to get worse, and there's not going to be any results between the two of you. Okay, so then if that's the situation, you guys aren't in any type of or like good communication. It's okay. So see, when it comes to like that, then that means they're more trapped in their own head. They're more trapped in their own feelings, and it seems like they're the type of person that is kind of like they have this blindfold on because they're not one to really efficiently communicate. And when it comes to people like that, it's kind of like they're not necessarily scared to communicate, but they're not good at it. And it's kind of like they're not the type of person, like they kind of suck at like putting in the hard work to communicate. But there definitely needs to be some type of communication because I'm getting that some changes need to be made so that action can be taken place. No, they do want to communicate, but they're not good at it, if that makes sense. It's kind of like they're not really good at it, like they need kind of some help. So I'm not sure if you're the type of person that would kind of like initiate it, but like, it seems like they definitely need some help. Like they're not like they're not used to communicating, but it seems like they're not the type of person that's ever really been good enough to do it to the point where they can get what they really want, if like not what they want to say. Well, yes, what they want to say, but how they're really feeling across either. Like they're just not the type of person. Like it seems like they're better with actions than they are with words, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind. It seems like with you, they want to make changes as far as when it comes to communicating. Like they can communicate with you, but they kind of need some help. Thank you for your question. I'm going to update the list really quickly. But next up, we're going to go back to Vidhi and then Christina and then Farheen. But let me update the list really quickly. Okay, okay, I just updated the list right now. Yeah, Farheen, if you'd like, you can just make sure I didn't miss anybody. I think I got everybody, but just make sure I didn't miss anybody. Okay, Vicky, yeah, I was updating the list really quick, that's why. Let me just shuffle these cards, Vicky, and then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 28, Vicky. Hi, Christine. Yeah, I can add you. And okay, Farheen, let me know if I do. If I do miss anybody, just comment the list for me and I can update it. Okay. So overall, I have the Emperor for you, Vidhi. So this is a great card. So for overall, for the general reading, I'll just kind of give you a little bit, like the overall energy is pretty much like, it seems like I'm getting like you're like a strategic thinker and you like to kind of see your plans through, if that makes sense. So you can expect like stability, a lot of control, being like, focused more than usual. And overall, just kind of like making sure you're guiding with a firm hand. And that goes for everything in your life right now. So like for example, in any type of relationships you have right now, it seems like if you have a hard time, if you're the type of person that kind of has like a harder time expressing how you really feel, just try to kind of be realistic and make sure you're not being too serious, because you may be the type of person where it's kind of hard for people to really know how you're really feeling underneath it all, if that kind of makes sense. But then when this like applies to like your career, just know that if this like when this applies to your career, expect your career life to kind of be flourishing right now. And that has to do with because you're like a very hard worker, you're capable of concentrating and also having an organized approach whenever you have like things that you're worrying about or taking place. And you're also like, very like overall disciplined type energy and persistent. So make sure as long as you're keeping a mindset like that, you're going to achieve everything you want and you're going to get what you want out of everything you're working on. And also, you may expect some people to come to you for some type of guidance or like support or even advice. Hi, Farah. How are you? And then also like when you apply this to like video, if you have like if not necessarily like this, like when we apply this to your financial situation, just overall like lastly, make sure you have a clear understanding of where your money is going. Okay. Just kind of keep up with it. As long as you do, you're going to maintain a good financial position. Thank you, Vidhi. Thank you for your question. Okay, thank you, Farah. Anytime, thank you. So next up is going to be Christina A. Christina, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, now pick a card between 1 and 34. Okay, Christina, so it seems like the card you picked is the Six of Swords. So, as far as your question, what they don't really express to you is it seems like underneath it all, they're kind of having some issues moving on from like it seems like they're struggling from a relationship they might have experienced prior to you, and they're kind of like they know it came to an end and they're ready to go move forward with you, but it seems like there's something that has to do with that past relationship that they're kind of scared, that they're really scared about, and they don't want it to happen with you. like like a part of them is ready to leave what that part in the past and move on, but another part of them is kind of like holding on to it, scared it's going to happen again, and it's kind of preventing them from accept. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, because it's like they're ready to move on, but they kind of they look at you as a welcome sight, if that makes sense. But they also don't want to they don't want to talk about it either, because they don't want you to necessarily think that they're held up on it. But it seems like there's definitely some worries as far as when it comes to that. Like it seems like they're kind of scared that you may do whatever happened in that prior relationship to them again. Like they don't think you're gonna do it, but when you get hurt, you're always scared you're gonna get hurt again, type thing. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because they're definitely getting past it, but it's like it's a painful chapter in them that they're trying to close and get past. Because this card is all about leaving whatever happened to you in the past and going forward to knowing that there's a bigger, brighter future ahead of you. But they're definitely kind of not held up on it, but they're just scared they're gonna get hurt again, if that makes sense. Like they don't want to keep talking about it, but that's what the overall, that's pretty much what's underneath it all, but that they're not going to express. Yeah, that is good though. If they, at least they told you. So just keep that in their mind even when you communicate with them. Obviously you're nothing like the prior, but they still want to see that for themselves, if that makes sense, because they're just overall scared to get hurt again. So just kind of be conscious about that, honestly. Because people like that, it takes a little bit for them to really get past it. And it's not so much the person, it's just so much that they don't want to get hurt again. Yeah, no, they are definitely going to open up to you about it. But it's kind of like they're scared to, because they don't want you to think that they're held up on it. It's just more just kind of let them know you're there for them, because they don't want to talk about it too much to the point where they kind of scare you off, and they don't want you to think they're held up on it either. But they're overall, it's on their mind a lot, because they're still struggling to let go of what happened to them. And it's not because they miss them, it's because they're trying to get over the hurt. Yeah, they are going to be honest, but you need to give them some time. Just try to, try to work your way up. Let them know if you've been hurt or anything before. Try to find common ground so that they could share, because they're capable of sharing, but they don't want to scare you off. Yeah, pretty much like that. Just try to find some common ground, because they just don't want to scare you off. People that talk about their exes too much, that type thing. This can come off as them being held up on them, but that's not really the situation. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your question, Christina. But honestly, just look at the bright side. They definitely see a bigger, brighter future with you, but, you know, they're just kind of scared. They just don't want to get hurt again. Hello, Unbreakable. Okay, and then next up is going to be Farah. Yeah, anytime, Christina. Thank you. So next up is Farah and then Farheen. Okay, Farah, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, and now pick a card between 1 and 27, Farah. Okay, thank you for the list, Farheen. I already took care of the 7 impossible, so you'll be up next, Farheen. Okay. Okay, Farah. So it seems like right now is kind of like a period where you may have been having some stagnance as far as it goes to your career, and kind of like patterns as far as like it seems like you've been applying and it hasn't been really working in your favor. And as far as your question, it's more like it's honestly like this is like a maybe card. Like you have the Hangman here, and this is all about kind of like stagnant. And but okay, so overall, are you go like when you're applying for these jobs, you're like pretty much like the best way to put it is you're going through a period of transition right now, and is there something about the way you're applying that isn't breaking patterns that need to be broken? So it seems like there might be something that needs to be let go as far as like kind of like be open to like I know there's probably a specific job you might be leaning towards, but kind of be a little bit more open with it, because there's a lot of things that are going to come to you in the future, and the right moment is gonna it's gonna happen at the right moment. But right now you're definitely going through a period of like stagnance. And also like it's obviously like you definitely need this, but try not to rush it because it seems like this pause is kind of needed for you, and it's kind of like it's giving you a break, but at the same time it's like you have to trust what the universe is bringing to you, if that makes sense. Like it's definitely going to happen, but right now it seems like you're kind of like in this little like pause right now. So kind of look at your approach to what you've been doing and see if there's any part of it that you can like let go, or kind of set more, not realistic standards, but make sure you're going for stuff that you want to do, not just like what you need to do, if that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so pretty much, look for anything that will align with your values overall, because you need to like accept and let go. So try to find something that you want to do and accept it, but then like, it's time, it seems like it's time for you to move forward and get out of this unhappiness that you have at this current job you have right now. Like kind of, it's like right now some time to kind of like do some soul searching and kind of think like, what do you really want to do, to like, so that you can be happy, so you can find this place of acceptance in your life right now, because it's definitely time for you to move down a different path. So just keep giving a consistent effort, and as long as you do that, you're gonna see improvement like pretty soon. But make sure that your goals are aligning with your values, okay? Thank you for your question. Just remember what I said. Trust what the universe is bringing you, but make sure you're putting out what you want to receive. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck for it. Things are gonna get better soon, okay? Anytime. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Blue Butterfly. So next up, I'm gonna take Farheen, and then I'm gonna take Blue Butterfly because they donated. Okay, Farheen, thank you for waiting patiently. So whenever you're ready, Farheen, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then ask your question. Okay, Farheen, after you ask your question, you can go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 22. Okay. Okay, so okay, Fran. So it seems like right now, their current feelings with the cards you picked the Temperance card, and it seems like with this separation you guys have right now, it's kind of like look at it as like kind of like taking a step back and kind of like finding some peace and balance before and kind of like connecting with themselves a little bit before it's kind of like look at it as a situation where when things get kind of heated you have to take a step back and calm down before you can come back, like you're like recollecting on who you are, you're trying to calm down, you're trying to kind of find this balance so that you can come back on a much calmer and like more harmonious pace, if that makes sense. So it seems like right now they're with this separation, they're taking it as a way for them to kind of have a clear vision, kind of like set goals and overall know what they want to achieve with you, if that makes sense. Like they're taking this period of time to find balance. Like it's kind of bringing them this calmness because it's like obviously it's not like they want to be separate, but it's like look at it as like kind of like patience. They're kind of this patience is your patience between the two of you is being tested, if that makes sense, and it's going to bring peace and like tranquility, but you kind of just need to let things cool off right now. Because they're honestly they're trying to not let things get any worse than they are. They want to kind of come back on a clean slate and kind of address everything where the situation's a lot calmer, because they don't want the situation to escalate any more than it is. So just kind of look at it like that. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Just kind of look at it as like a little break to cool down and come back on a much calmer note, okay? And they're kind of working with themselves to kind of come back communicating more efficiently. Yeah, thank you for your question. And also, lastly, just expect them to re examine their priorities and kind of like spend some time taking care of them and not worrying, but making sure that their priorities are better than what they are if they haven't been, okay? Thank you for your question and thank you for being patient. Okay. I'm going to update the list really quick. Um, Blue Butterfly is up because they donated. Yeah, thank you again, Farheen, for updating it for me. You saved me the time to do it. Okay, let me see. Let me shuffle these cards, Blue Butterfly, so we can start from scratch. Okay, now go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, Blue Butterfly. Yeah, thank you, Farheen. I updated on the screen right now. Thank you for your help. Okay, now pick a card between 1 and 18. Okay, so as far as your question goes, let's start with them making, so okay, so right off the bat you have the Page of Swords here, and this is all about making making any type of emotional intimacy issues go away. So as far as will they ask you, there's a big chance they're gonna ask you this year, but it seems like they want to fix everything between you guys first. So as far as they want to, like, with all the surprises and everything, it seems like they're working on fixing it already, but there's definitely like, it's like he can feel that you guys haven't obviously been the same as you guys used to, not in a bad way. It's more just like, they want to bring back that spice and everything. Like, they want to bring back who you guys really are. Like, because you guys are so much more than what you guys have been lately because of them working so much. So they want to fix everything and bring back all of like all the spice between you guys. You know, that true connection that you guys both know you guys have before they do marry you. And they also want to make sure that your guys' not your guys' but their career and everything is taken care of first. Like, they want to set you guys up for success so that you guys can have that wedding that you guys really want to have, if that makes sense. Yeah, so it seems like they're focusing right now, they're more worried about fixing you guys romantically first before they go to that next step, because they know the type of relationship that you guys have. And it's not like you guys don't have it, but with everything that's been going on, they definitely know that some things need to be changed and worked on to bring it back to that. Yeah, and that makes sense because they want to take care of everything first. They want to make sure you guys are, that you guys are, like, in your prime time, that like lover's bird phase when you guys first get together. Like, they want to bring all that back. They want to make sure your situation is taken care of as far as career, financials, the babies, everything. Like, they want to make sure everything's taken care of so that you can have everything you want when it comes to that time. Yeah, so I do see more engagement this year than the actual marriage happening. So you can definitely expect it. But like I said, and especially if he's already working on fixing you guys and a lot of surprises, I wouldn't be surprised if that does end up happening, because with this card, it could mean the spring, and it tends to mean you're going to see a lot of quick changes happening within these few weeks. So on top of that, from the previous card you had already pulled earlier, you're going to be seeing a lot of changes in these next upcoming weeks. But I am seeing more engagement this year because I want to make sure you guys are completely set up first. As far as a time frame for when, this is more like you can most likely expect it from now to next spring. But they're more worried about fixing everything you guys have going on first. But I'm for sure getting as far as like the latest is like next spring. Yeah, it's definitely, this is more like definitely going to be a surprise. Like, you're not really going to see it coming when it happens. So that's why I think that's why I'm not really getting a clear time, because this is like more of like a surprise. Like, they're going to make it happen, but they also want to make sure everything else is taken care of first. And they're planning a lot of surprises right now. So just keep that in mind at the same time, because it could happen anytime, but it seems like they want to fix every type of situation that you guys have first before they take those next steps. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad they are, because it takes a lot for somebody to fix, like, to even understand or know that they need to fix the situation. And it seems like that's all they're thinking about right now is fixing you guys. Yeah. I'm excited for you guys too. I wish you guys the best of luck. You keep getting, like, already your cards, or a lot of surprises are in store, and that's like pretty much that's all that's on his mind, is fixing all of your guys' situations, because he just wants to make your guys' future brighter than what it is. Yeah, thank you for your question, Blue Butterfly. Yeah, he's definitely all in. Yeah, anytime. Thank you. Okay, and next up is Melody. And then you're after Ashita. Okay, Melody, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. I'm just shuffling these cards one last time. Okay, pile 1. Okay, pick a card between 1 and 21, Melody. Okay. So it seems like with the card you picked the Chariot. And this is all about overall moving forward and kind of like overcoming conflicts and kind of like moving forward in a positive direction. So it seems like if there's been some type of, yeah, overall, like if there's been any type of issues or conflict or like lack of communication between the two of you, expect them to seem like they're gonna pretty much like not necessarily get over it, but like it's time for them to move forward with you and kind of, and because this is a positive, like look at this as a positive. It's not a negative. Like they're not moving forward like they're done with you or like anything like that. This is more like as long as you can stay like like ambitious and understand this is kind of like a journey for the both of you, and you can stay committed and like confident. Like look at this as an obstacle that needs to be overcome for you guys to kind of get stronger, and it seems like they're ready to finally move forward with you. So if you guys have kind of been like you can't hear anything. Can you hear me now or no? I don't have it muted. Can you hear me now, Melody? Okay, it's okay. So then I'll just start over then because I'm not sure how much you heard of it. But this is like this overall, this card which you picked the Chariot, and it's all about overcoming like challenges and kind of like being confident, being ambitious, and kind of looking at it as, taking these obstacles and challenges that took place and learning from them to make you guys stronger. So if there's any type of like issues or like problems between the two of you or lack of communication, expect them to be ready to move forward in a positive direction. Don't look at it in a bad way. This isn't a negative card. This is all about kind of like getting over what happened and fixing it and working on making things better between the two of you. Okay. So as long as you can overall just kind of like just stay determined, just understand that this is kind of like they're kind of looking at that this is a time for them to take the wheel and make sure that you have a clear understanding too of what they're looking for. So just kind of keep that in mind that they're definitely going to let you know what they're looking for, and as long as you can be confident and courageous, it's going to be successful for both of you. Okay. Yeah, thank you for your question, Melody. Just look at it as things are going to be moving forward positively for the both of you. Okay, Sheeta, you are now up. I'm going to shuffle the cards really quick. Ishita, go ahead and ask your question, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, pile 1. Okay, pick a card between 1 and 27, Ishita. Okay, nice. Okay, Sheeta, so it seems like the card you picked is the Empress, and this is definitely a yes. But also, just so you know, um, they have emotions and feelings for you, but it's also like on a deeper level. Like they want more than just intimacy with you, if that makes sense. It seems like this is like some nurturing type energy. Like they, but I'm also getting a lot of intimacy too. But just know that this is more than just sexual, if that makes sense. Okay. Like they definitely want to they want to start something with you, but they also want like it's like they're really in touch with their feminine side, not in a bad way or like a weird way, but they're like, overall, like, how just overall we have a lot of emotions and feelings, and they're like that too. So they definitely want like a connection with you, like deeper than just, physical, if that makes sense. Like they want to emotionally connect with you as well. And that's why they want to connect with you, because it seems like when they look at you, they see like this they see the two of you growing abundantly together, if that makes sense. And they want to nurture the connection you guys have, and it seems like they may even want to take it to the next level, because they're the type of person that thinks long term, not just for the short term. So if this is somebody you want to be with, just know they're the type of person that thinks long term, as far as like they eventually would want a family. Like they look at you and they want all that, if that makes sense. So kind of keep that in mind if this is connection you're pursuing. Hi, little. Yeah, you can be added. If this is a connection you want, Ishida, then I would definitely say I would recommend waiting. I don't want to say, but I would definitely recommend waiting before you move on, because it seems like they want to be kind to you and also take care of you. And this is like a committed type of relationship. It's not like it's like a, real quick type thing. Like this is definitely something that's going to be stable and like just very committed overall. It's like I said, they think about the long term. They're not trying to have something for like now and go, if that makes sense. So it's up to you. If you want to make this work with them, it's all on you at the end of the day, but know that they're thinking for the long term, and they're definitely like thinking stable, serious, and committed. They're not thinking like, hit it and quit it, if that makes sense. Because they're very in touch with their feelings. Yeah, anytime, Ishita. Thank you for your question. Okay, and the next up is going to be Toya, if you're still here. Toya, Miss Libra. Yeah, shoot, I think it's safe to say they definitely do if they're thinking long term as far as like creating a family and taking things to the next step like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I recommend, waiting. I don't think you should move on. But it's all up to you at the end of the day, because, I mean, you're the one that really deals with them and knows. But like I said, this is somebody that's really in tune with their feelings and emotions, and they know what they want, and that's you. Yeah, thank you. Anytime, Ashita. Yeah, Little. I'm going to add you right now. I'll update the list right now. I'm waiting to see if Toya is still here. Okay, thank you, Toya, for letting me know you're here. Let me shuffle these one last time now that I know you're here. Okay, Little. After I help Toya, I'll update the list. Okay, Toya, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 23. Okay, nice. Okay, nice. So with the cards you picked, it seems you picked the Page of Cups. And this is all about pretty much new beginnings and expecting the unexpected. So as far as anything that's coming close to you, this is like, honestly, this is this is like the type of energy where, the things that you don't think are going to happen, like you can expect one of them or even all of them to happen. Like, this is all about, you know if you have any type of new ideas, through like any type of inspiration you have, this is a time for you to embrace it, because you may think that certain things aren't going to go your way, but honestly it's more like it's working in your favor. And this is definitely a period of time where your like creativity is being called upon so that you can pretty much do whatever you want to do. Like, the universe is on your side right now. And if you've been faced with any type of difficult situations, or you stop chasing any of your dreams, this card is kind of like a sign, and it's kind of speaking to you, trying to tell you, like, don't look at it as everything that's happened as like a bad thing or negative experiences or anything like that. Like, it's kind of like you need to learn from it and approach it with a totally different perspective. And it's also letting you know that persistence is the only way that you're going to make your dreams come true. Like, you need to overall believe anything and everything is possible, because it really is. And you need to trust your intuition. So this is like a period of time where, you just need to have a fresh perspective and outlook on all aspects of your life right now. Because this is a time for new beginnings for you. And it's a time to also welcome the real you, if that makes sense. And just know, like, the overall message of this, like, there's a lot of happy energy and just overall happy outcomes in store for you, as long as you can manage to do that. And this goes for all aspects. So it's more like, you just take what I say and apply it to the aspect you have mostly on your mind. And just like I said, expect the unexpected. I just keep getting that. And also lastly, just make sure too that if you're trying to take on a lot because you want to handle a lot, make sure you focus on things that are gonna help you get to where you want to go. Like, don't be afraid to put certain things on the back burner so that you can achieve what you want to achieve. And also, make sure you complete a goal at a time instead of like hoping to accomplish all of them, because it's easier to put all your energy into one thing and make sure you get the best outcome. Because if you put too much energy into too many things, there's going to be an area where something's lacking, if that makes sense. So try to make sure you're being courteous with your energy, depending on where you're applying it to, so that you can bring what you want to desire really to you. So you can have all your focus on one thing, so you can really bring it into fruition, if that makes sense. But overall, just know there's a lot of like good positivity and energy and outcomes waiting for you. Just know that. And like I said, just expect the unexpected. I don't know why I keep getting that. If there's a message you've been waiting on, you just honestly, you can probably expect it. But it's just like more like a spontaneous thing. You just have to make sure your mindset's aligned with what you want to achieve overall. Thank you for your question, Toya. And thank you for updating the list, Unbreakable. Okay. Next up is going to be Divya, if you're still here. Okay, thank you, Toya. I'm glad it did. Okay, Divya, I'm shuffling these cards one last time. Go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Divya, after you ask your question, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 28. Okay, Divya, while I wait for your question, like right off the bat, you have the 3 of Wands, and this is all about like momentum and looking ahead. I'll give you more insight. Can you hear me now, Unbreakable? Okay. I'm just waiting for Divya to type their question so I can get deeper with the reading. But overall, this card that you picked, Divya, is like all about growth, confidence, expansion. Okay, Divya, whenever you're ready, just go ahead and type your question. I already have your card here, but I don't have a question here for you. Okay, yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, okay, then if you're asking about that, okay, so if you're asking about your relationship, it seems like I said, this card is all about pretty much growing, and especially when you want to apply it to that and like looking ahead, it seems like when you're applying it to a relationship aspect, there's definitely like reconciliation there, but in order for that to happen, there needs to be a strong foundation so that the lasting commitment could be there. So this is a type of thing where communication is overall key. So you guys need to make sure that you guys are communicating effectively first, or trying to figure out how you guys can do that. Because this is like now, this is a time where you guys need to kind of like both realize you guys both are in the wrong. You guys both could work on certain things and kind of come to a place where you guys are seeing eye to eye. Because you guys can definitely reconcile and move on to this next phase. Because this card is all about growing and moving forward. But in order to do so, you guys need to communicate effectively with each other and make sure you guys are both hearing each other out fully, not just one-sided, if that makes sense. Because if things are one-sided, nothing's going to change. Because you guys need to both be heard so that action can be taken on both sides. So as long as you guys can do that, this is, like I said, this card is all about moving forward and like progressing. And not a bad way moving forward, like, moving forward for the better. But in order to do so, it's like I said, communication needs to take place. So as long as you guys can work on doing that, there's definitely reconciliation. I hope that makes sense. But overall, that's pretty much, well, this is like more up to you. Like as far as waiting or moving on, it's like it depends on how deep the connection is to you. Like you could take this and kind of like it's like honestly, it's at the end of the day, it's up to you. It's like, are they the type of person where they're capable of change? Are they capable of listening and hearing you out? Do you want to keep dealing with whatever the situation is? It's like there's a lot of underlying factors when it comes to that. Because it's like I said, as long as you guys, it's like more like, look at it this way. If you know that you guys can communicate effectively and fix whatever happened and make this like set a strong foundation, because you guys obviously don't have a strong foundation if you guys are in like going through this patch right now. If you can see you guys working it out and doing that, or you want to try one last time, it also depends on how deep the connection is. Then if you trust them that they can communicate effectively, there's chance for you guys. There is. It's like this is like a card of chance, and like I said, it's a chart of momentum picking up and growing, and like expansion in a good way, not in a bad way. But also, if but it's like I also say too, like you know them better than I do. If you don't think they're capable of changing, and you don't see it going anywhere or progressing, then maybe it is time for you to move on. But only you can really judge your situation because you know them better than I do. But I'm just letting you know from what I see here, there's definitely capability of reconciliation, but in order for that to happen, you guys both need to communicate effectively and fix the communication between you guys. Because it's like, you can only voice it so much, but change needs to happen. And also, you have to remember too, if they don't know what needs to be changed, or you don't know what needs to be changed, nothing's ever going to get changed. But if they're stubborn and they do know and they're not changing, then that's kind of like a sign right there, I hope that makes sense. But just know, like, there's definitely, like, there's good change in the future, but you guys need to fix your issues first for that to happen. Because I see commitment in the future, but it's all up to you at the end of the day. Like, you know them better than I do, if that makes sense. Yeah, anytime. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you want to work with them, you feel like that for a reason, then you need to, like, use that and just work with them, because I do see commitment there. Okay, then yeah, just take things slow then. Don't rush them, because if you rush them, it's just going to bring frustration. It's not going to make the situation any better. But also, let them know that you're willing to work with them, but communication is key, obviously. And that works both ways. Communicating the issues and also communicating, like, literally, like, as in talking too. So, just be a little patient with them, because this is like, look at it, like, as I said earlier too, I don't know if you were here, but look at this as kind of like a little break to kind of calm down and come back when things are like a little bit calmer, so you guys can be on like a fresh page. Because I have that same issue too. When things get too heated, it's like easier to take a break and kind of step away from it until things can calm down. And then, you guys are both more willing to sit there and listen to one another. But overall, thank you for your question. Yeah, just try to be patient. If you really want to make it work, patience is key, but there's definitely some, some momentum picking up soon. Just know that. So I don't see them being like this that much longer, if that makes sense. Yeah, thank you again. Okay, and next up is going to be Black Diamond. Sorry, I think your name is spelled without the O and the A, I think. Or it's D-I-M-O-N-D, I believe. Sorry about that. But just know that you're up now, Black Diamond, if you're still here. Sorry, Manisha. I have a line. The only people I take priorities if they donate, but other than that, you have to be respectful to everybody else that's waiting. Okay, Black Diamond, thank you for letting me know you're here. I already shuffled, so you can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Yeah, sorry, Manisha. I'll answer your question, but I can't answer your question yet. I have to be respectful to everybody else. because everybody else has been waiting just as long. Okay, Black Diamond. As soon as you ask your question, you can go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. Thank you, Manisha. Hi, Alishka. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Okay, Black Diamond. And then just pick a card between 1 and 27. Mars, up next is Kajal. Hi, Rupali. Hi, Amaris. Yeah, I can add you guys. Just make sure you like and subscribe. Hi, Zara. Yeah, just make sure you guys like and subscribe, and I'll add you guys to the list after I'm done helping Black Diamond. Okay, nice, Black Diamond. So for the cards you picked the Two of Wands, and overall the message this card is going to give you is know that the world is in your hands. And this is all about knowing that this is like a maybe, but it leans more towards a yes, because it's like as long as you can show and feel that you're in control and that you're capable of this experience and gaining, then you're going to receive everything you want, if that makes sense. Because this card is all about decisions and moving forward. So this is, like, honestly, I'm getting more of a yes than a maybe. I really am. Because I'm getting you're capable of doing that already. Like, you know the power you hold. That's what I'm getting with you. I don't know why. I have this, like, really strong feeling. So overall, just look at it as, like I said, the world is really in your hands, especially when it comes to your long-term goals, too. So just make sure you're planning and making sure you're doing what you need to do to achieve, like, to achieve these goals you have as far as, like, these jobs you're looking for in the finance department. And also, don't be afraid to get to where you need to, like, via, like, leaving your comfort zones, taking risks, and, like, exploring new territories. Don't be afraid. But this is a great card. This is all about future planning. And no, honestly, I'm also getting that it seems like you're going to have a few opportunities given to you when it comes to this. You're going to be making some decisions when it comes to it. So don't expect like just one job to be presented to you. I'm honestly expecting, I'm seeing more like a couple at least. You're going to have a couple decisions to make as far as selecting and picking which one you want. So you're definitely going to be successful in the future. And overall, just know you're going to have, it seems like you're going to have some options to choose from as far as jobs. Just keep doing what you're doing, okay? Yeah, thank you. Anytime. Thank you for your question. Hi, Sacred Beauty. Okay, next up is going to be Kajal. And then let me update the list really quick so you guys can see where you guys are. And hi, Renee. Yeah, I can add you as well. Okay, let me update the list really quickly. And then, Kajal, just let me know that you're still here so that we can move on to you. I'm gonna assume Kajal isn't here, so Mars will most likely move on to you right now. Let me just finish updating the list really quickly. Yeah, I'm adding you guys right now. I accidentally submitted it before I finished typing it. Okay, thank you guys for being patient. I just updated the list right now. Okay, thank you guys. Okay, Mars, pile 2. Okay. Okay, go ahead and pick a card now, Mars, between 1 and 23. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, so it seems like right now you picked the Judgment card. And especially if you're saying there's no contact, it seems like they may be going through this kind of like period of time where they're kind of making some decisions, and that could be why you guys haven't talked. So honestly, when you guys do finally come into contact, you may be faced with some choices that will kind of have an effect on your life as far as, you know, the communication and the relationship that you guys have, or, you know, you guys are working on. But it seems like they're kind of going through this awakening period right now. And but they're also looking to make, like, looking towards and looking forward to new beginnings, if that makes sense. But it seems like they're kind of being a little bit, like, I don't know, they're kind of going through this reflection period right now. And that's kind of why there's like lack of communication. Like, they're taking a closer look at the situation between the two of you, and they're kind of like looking and trying to figure out what could be changed to make things better, but also make things like equal. Because it seems like they're the type of person where they want to make sure both of your guys' needs are met. So I would say, I would recommend kind of keeping your communication open with them when this time comes. And I'm also getting like, I'm not sure if this is on your side or their side, but I'm just getting overall that it seems like somebody's past actions or consequences, whether they're good or bad, are kind of catching up. Like, they're catching up to either you or them right now. And if either of you have made any like mistakes, or like mistakes in the past, like not even just with each other, just kind of use them as lessons learned to make changes for the future. Because it seems like that's what they're kind of doing too. And they're also kind of using this period of time right now to kind of like overall just figure out how they can make adjustments with you to make things work for the both of you. Okay. Yeah, then just kind of keep in mind then that this is kind of like your opportunity to make adjustments, but you need to keep communication open and kind of understand where you were. Yeah, see, and I understand how you feel, but I'm not getting that they don't care. It just seems like they're not really the type of person to wear their heart on their sleeve, if that makes sense. But they're definitely open to making adjustments to make things better between the two of you. But they also want to know that you've learned from like any lesson. Like, they want to know that you've learned from your mistakes, if that makes sense too. So just kind of keep the communication open and be patient with them. Okay, I'm glad you understand. Yeah, just remember, just be patient. This is kind of like a look at this as redemption too. So just kind of be patient, okay? Thank you for your question. Hi, Empress. Hi, Lisa. Yeah, I can add you guys to the list. Next up is going to be Tahologelo. Sorry if I say it incorrectly. Let me know if you're still here. And then I'm going to update the list again really quickly. Anytime, Mars. Thank you. Thank you for being patient too. Thank you guys all for being patient. Okay, I'm gonna say Salapa because that's easier for me to say, just so you know. Because I don't want to keep saying your first name incorrectly. So I'm gonna go ahead and shuffle these cards, and then you can go ahead and ask your question, Salapa, and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, Empress. Thank you. Okay, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 31 now. Okay, interesting. Okay, so it seems like the card you picked is the 7 of Swords. Okay, I'm not sure if this is on your side or their side, but I'm getting a sense that there was some type of theft and like kind of like betrayal and like deception as far as this money. So I'm not sure if it's more like because this card is all about pretty much being betrayed. So I'm not sure if this, I feel like this might be more on their side as far as the money goes. It's either on their side, or you're trying to be a little bit sneaky. Either they were sneaky when they got this money from you, or you're trying to be sneaky. But as far as how to get your money back, it seems like you may, I don't really want to sorry, like suggest towards that, but it's kind of like depending on how they got their money, how they took the money from you to begin with, it seems like you may need to be a little bit manipulative mentally, if that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, because it seems like, as far as their side, if you're saying it was definitely they were, it seems like they were sure and kind of confident about what they were doing when they set out to do what they did to you. And they were successful on their side. So, as far as when this happens, just kind of know that they're definitely having a hard time getting away with it. And that there's definitely going to be some like consequences faced for them. And this could be like, either like punishment or like embarrassment for them. But as far as like how you can get it back, it seems like you may have to play like kind of like play them the way they did you. Like you may have to approach them the same way they did you. It all depends on how the situation came about. But also, you know, try not to play too dirty, if that makes sense. You may need to change your approach if you've been working on trying to get it back a specific way, because it seems like whatever you've been doing so far hasn't been working. Just kind of overall, just kind of like, don't necessarily play as dirty as them to get your money back, but do the right thing. If you can do the right thing to get it back, you're gonna get a great outcome out of it. Because at the end of the day, two wrongs don't make a right, but they also don't deserve to get away with what they did to you either, if that makes sense. Because it seems like what happened is going to be revealed, and that's not even just by you. It just seems like it's gonna come out. Like they're not just gonna get away with it. They think they're getting away with it, but they're only gonna get away with it for so long. Because at the end of the day, I'm getting that it's not really easy for them to carry that way of being dishonest to begin with. So kind of just figure out how you guys can make amends. Like try to be the bigger person, if that makes sense. But also kind of like don't be afraid to be a little bit mentally manipulative, just to, depending on the situation, because I don't know exactly how, because I'm just overall getting that there was definitely some deceitfulness to how this money got taken from you to begin with. And make sure it's brought to light that if it hasn't been already, that you know that this money was taken from you deceitfully. Because I'm getting that, like, they feel like they're getting away with it, but they're not going to get away with it. That's what I'm overall getting. I hope that makes sense. This isn't really giving a clear answer on what you should do. This is kind of like, this is kind of just know that there's going to be consequences for what they did to you overall. And also, like, just like lastly, just make sure you let them know that you know what they did. Hi KK, hi BB, hi Uncall. Sorry, right now Uncall, there's a line right now. But I can add the other few of you that just chatted right now to the line. Next up is going to be Gurpreet, so let me know if you're still here. Okay, thank you, Gurpreet. Anytime, Salepa, thank you. Okay, let me add these last people to the list, and then I'm going to close the list because it's getting pretty long. Okay. Hi, Libra. Yeah, you'll be the last person I take, Libra. Okay, so right now I'm with Gurpreet. Let me shuffle these cards real quick, Gurpreet. Thank you for asking your question. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Hold on, let me see. I think I only got part of the list. Let me fix the list really quick. Or no, actually that is the list. Okay. Okay, pile 2. Anytime, Libra. Okay, Gurpreet, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24. Little, did you want to be moved to the end, or are you okay with where you're at? Okay, interesting. Okay, Gurpreet. So it seems like with the cards you picked the 5 of Wands. So as far as with the question you asked, this is interesting. Okay. So as far as how they are right now, I'm not sure if this is on your side or their side, but kind of it seems like I know they're not the type of person that doesn't really express anything, but it seems like their intentions towards you are kind of like a little bit competitive. I'm not sure if it seems like I'm not sure if you guys are already in a relationship or you guys are talking, but it seems like they feel like they might be competing, like not necessarily with somebody else, like a potential relationship, but it seems like they feel like they're competing for your time right now. Okay, no contact at all. Then okay, then if you're saying no contact at all, it seems like they may feel like there's some competition between them and other people that have to do with you. And they kind of find that a little conflicting right now. Like they feel like they may have to compete for your affection, if that makes sense. And I'm also getting that they may be the type of okay. Okay, then if you're saying that, then it could be then they may not be ready to pursue you because of how they're feeling if they haven't pursued you already, if you're saying there's no contact. But just kind of I honestly take this though as not really being too serious. It seems like they're capable of being like lighthearted and they like to keep things playful, so kind of keep that in mind. But right now it seems like it's overall I just keep getting they're kind of at conflict right now. You know what, let me see, let me just pick one more. This isn't clear enough. Go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 23. Because this isn't really clear enough, and I don't want to just send you off like that. Usually I can get a little bit more, but with this one, I just keep getting conflict. So I want to get another card to kind of see why they're feeling like this, if that makes sense. Okay. This card's a little bit better. So this card is more, I guess this card would be better to kind of explain, not necessarily explain, but kind of understand why they're feeling the way they are a little bit, but also, let me go back to your question. Okay, with their intentions. Okay. Okay, yeah, so this is a lot better. So with the second card you pulled, this is the strength card. So this is kind of like knowing that they have the strength to overcome their previous feelings they have. Not previous feelings they have, but as far as when I was explaining to you about them being at conflict. So it seems like they're going to overcome those conflicting feelings they have and feeling like there's competition, and they're determined and they feel like they have this power and also this passion to kind of draw in draw you in. I'm not sure if this is a relationship you want. Like if this is like a relationship or a friendship, but it seems like they definitely have some intense feelings for you beneath it all, if that makes sense. And they're also capable of having a strong relationship with you if you're willing. Okay, you're looking for like friendship? Okay. Okay, then no, this is kind of like there's definitely pros and cons to this kind of like friendship, because they may just keep in mind that they like to play around a lot. So I'm not sure if you're the type of person that can take things a little too seriously, or if it's the other way around, but I'm getting this is going to be some playful type of energy. And that's like the pros and cons of this relationship, because there's a lot of strength here in bringing you guys closer together just to kind of have that connection that people like, and not in a weird way or a bad way, but like when you have like that person you can always rely on, or you can always talk to when you need them. It seems like they look at you and they see that. But also too, they're kind of capable of. Okay, yeah. So then if they're the one that likes to play around, try not to take them too seriously. Because it seems like they're just that type of person that kind of like, even if it's the wrong time, they like to mess around a lot. But it just seems like that's like they're one of their ways they like to just, it makes them feel safe when they mess around like that. Like just kind of look at it like that. Like some people, communicate differently, and that's just one of their ways they communicate. But they're definitely looking to bring like your guys' connection closer together, and not like in a relationship setting or anything. They just feel like they can. It just seems like with you kind of give them this strength and this openness where they feel like they could just like kind of like really be themselves, if that makes sense. So just understand, overall this is like a strong friendship, okay? And like I said, just try not to take anything they say too seriously. Thank you for your question. I hope it makes sense. Thank you for picking another card, because it was a little confusing at first. I wasn't getting that much. Okay, Manisha. Anytime, Gurpreet. Thank you. Okay, Manisha, it's your turn now. I'm gonna shuffle these cards really quick so we can start fresh. And Manisha, go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, you already posted it? Okay. Give me a second, because I have to scroll up to find it, if you already posted it. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 in the meantime. Okay, I understand about half of your question, Manisha, but I don't understand the beginning. All I understand is the part where you ask if they will come back and if they think about you. but I don't understand the beginning part of your question. Okay, Manisha, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so I can answer the part of your question that I do understand. Sorry for my alarm. I usually have that set because my toddler wakes up soon. That's why I'm ending my list at where I did. Do you understand what I'm asking, Manisha, or no? Okay. Okay, Manisha, now pick a number between 1 and 29. Manisha, do you want to pick? I know you picked 3 for the pile, but you have to pick a number between 1 and 29. Hi, Aldona. I actually have my list closed already. Sorry about that. But you can come back later in the week. I'll be doing free readings again, most likely on Saturday, and I'll probably be doing another one spontaneously in the few days if my schedule opens up. I just had to close my list though, because it's pretty long right now, and my toddler's gonna wake up soon. Okay. Okay, Manisha, I'm gonna go ahead and just go off this 25 and 15. Okay. Gurpreet, so are they picking 29? Is that what they're picking? So is 3 the number you're picking, Manisha? I just want you to pick. At this point, just respond with the next response, just be one number. Because you're throwing numbers all over, and I don't want to start reading a specific number and then you pick another number. Okay, then I'm just going to keep that 5 and 20, that 15 and 25 that we had. Because I don't want to hold everybody up that much longer. Okay, so let's start with the first. I only understand part of your question. I don't understand the beginning. So as far as will they come back? It seems like they're not ready to come back right now. They're kind of doing this. They're going through this period of time right now where they're spending a lot of time focusing on themselves, kind of being lonely and just kind of like using this period of time for self-reflection. They're not ready. Okay, they picked 25. Okay then. Okay then. So then I'll get rid of the first one. Here, I'm just gonna keep these two that I have so I can kind of explain. They'll explain each other a little bit more. So I'm going to keep the two that I have, the 15 and 25. Okay, so for the most part, as far as will they come back, they're not ready to come back yet. They're kind of going through this period of worrying about what they want, looking for their own needs and taking care of themselves and kind of going through this like spiritual enlightenment. And then they're also going through this period of like soul searching where they're trying to find the answers within before they're ready to come back. And then as far as the other part of your question that I understand, if they think about you, they definitely do think of you. But at the same time, they're kind of finding it a little bit difficult to fully commit right now. They're definitely determined and they have a drive, but it's like I said, it seems like they're not ready to commit until they can get past this period of time where they're spending time focusing on themselves and kind of getting to know themselves better and making sure they know what they want and they're okay with being ready to express that to make sure that they get everything they want when they want a relationship. Because they're going to be assertive with it. They're tired of like playing games, and they also have like kind of like intimacy issues, if that makes sense. And not with you, but it seems like they've been through some stuff with other people that are kind of having them go through this period of time where they're just focusing on themselves right now. So if you're looking to connect with them, or you want to be patient with this, you can. Just know that they're kind of taking things slow right now. They're kind of worrying about themselves, because sometimes people need to take care of themselves before they're ready to take care of anybody else, if that makes sense. But just know soon too that they're going to be past this phase of self-reflection, and they're going to be making decisions and taking action very soon. So you should be getting a for sure answer. As far as if they're going to come back to you, they're going to present it to you. So depending on how you guys are within this connection is pretty much what you can rely on, as far as if they're going to be ready to or not. But it seems like you need to be kind of receptive and listen to how they feel and what they want. If you want them to come back, if that makes sense. But they definitely do think about you. And they're kind of using you as a guide too, to help them realize what they want. Does that make sense, Manisha? I feel like from your chat, I'm not sure if you understand what I'm saying. In the meantime, I'm gonna see is okay. Thank you then, Manisha. I hope that makes sense. And I'm sorry if this was confusing for you. Okay. And next up is gonna be Kashika, if you're still here. Okay, Kashika, let me know if you're still here. Or Jaya, let me know if you're still here. I'm going to give you guys about 20-30 seconds to see if you guys are still here. If not, I'm going to keep moving through the line. Okay, thank you, Christine, for letting me know you're still here. Okay. Kashidich, let me know if you're still here. And then if not, then we'll move on to you, Christine. Yeah, Manisha, I had already answered your question. I'm not sure if you don't understand me or not. Okay, Christine, we're going to go ahead and move on to you. So I'm going to shuffle these cards really quick. Okay, Christine, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 22 so we can find out. So we could give you a yes or no and kind of get some insight to how they're feeling. Okay, 18. Okay, Christine. So it seems like with the cards you picked the King of Pentacles. So overall, the energy with this is, this is a definite yes. Just know that, like off the bat. Well, let me scroll back to your question. Okay, this is a definite yes. And not even just that, it seems like this interest they have towards you, they really want to take it to like the next step. Like they want to take it to the next level with you. Because when they see you and they think about what you and them could have, they see abundance, they see success, and they even see like overall, like just security in all aspects, like, relationship and material aspects, if that makes sense. Like they kind of see you in this relationship going somewhere where it's like, it's very like it's going to bring a lot of stability and like abundance for the both of you. And they also see you as overall like a generous, hardworking, like a warm person. So they definitely have interest towards you. And if you're ready for a relationship, know that they're definitely looking to make this like something stable and like prosperous for like not even just for the now, but they're thinking like for the future, if that makes sense. Like they're trying to take this long term. And know that they're the type of person too that cares, that has so much dedication and commitment that they want to be on the same level as you, and they're very ambitious too. Yeah, anytime. They're definitely looking for long term. Like that's just who they are as a person, if that makes sense. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck. This is like some great energy, especially if it's for a relationship. Thank you again, Christine, for your question. Okay, and next up is gonna be Unbreakable Doll. Anytime, Christine. Thank you guys for helping Manisha. I'm not sure how to help them. Are you still here, Unbreakable Doll? Okay, while I wait to see if Unbreakable is still here, is Rebion, sorry if I said it incorrectly, are you still here? Okay. Hi, Kishitiji. I was asking earlier if you were here. We can help you while I wait to see if anybody else is here. So if any of you guys come back and you guys missed, just chat and let me know that you're here because my list is closed, but if you were already on the list and you left and came back, I'll take you back. No, Kishiji, I had asked if you were here, but nobody responded, so then I had to move on because there's a lot of people waiting. So let me update the list really quick. Thank you, Zara, for letting me know. I know Little is here. I know Little is helping. Okay, I updated the list now. And if anybody else comes back and you see that your name isn't there, it's only because I'm moving through the list because I can't wait around. I have to, help everybody else. I don't want everybody to keep waiting if they don't have to. But if you come back and you miss your turn, just chat and let me know because I have your name written down, so I'll know if you were here or not. Okay, thank you, Renee. Okay, so now we're helping you. You already asked, where's your... Okay, I'm going to call you the curse, so that way I could say it, because I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing either of your names correctly. Sorry, but the bottom, or the second half is easier. So go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, the curse. Okay, now pick a card between 1 and 27. Okay, that makes sense. I had a feeling they didn't understand English. Yeah, I'll include that next time. I'll just put English only so that people don't mistake this for anything. Because I only know English as well. Okay, let me scroll back to your question really quickly. Okay. So it seems like with the cards you picked, you have the Nine of Swords. So it seems like right now, it seems like right now you shouldn't be like these thoughts you have right now as far as relationships go and just anybody having a crush on you and being sexual and stuff like that. You need to like let go of those feelings that you're having because they're just weighing you down. Like you're worrying excessively about stuff that you shouldn't even be worrying about. And not in a bad way, but it's more like it's like you're worried about nothing, if that makes sense. Because I am seeing that there's some people that do have a crush on you. I'm not getting a clear number on how many, but it's more like you need to let go of what's troubling you and this negative thinking that you're having about yourself. Not even negative thinking, but the questioning that you're having right now. Yeah, let's say that. That sounds better. Like the questioning that you're having right now as far as all these aspects of your life. Because if you're not trusting of your situation, you're just going to bring more uncertainty to it, if that makes sense. Like you need to understand your feelings and kind of get a grip of them in a way and be like rational, but also be realistic. Like make sure you're setting realistic standards. And make sure that if there's any past relationships you had that you've learned from them, whether you were in the wrong or they were in the wrong. Yeah, as far as if anybody has a crush on you, I'm getting a yes, but I'm not getting a specific amount of people of who. It's just more like I'm just getting a guess, and it seems like once you can get past all these concerning like thoughts that you're having with everything that you asked, that's when it's going to be brought to light to you, if that makes sense. No, I'm not. So when I say about like I'm talking about any previous experiences you have, not like your last relationship or if you have a relationship right now. Like this is pretty much like learn from your experiences, not just relationships like, intimate relationships, like anything. Like it's kind of like you need to know what you want. Like you need to put out to the universe what you want so that you can get it back. You can't put out all this uncertainty and all this questioning because that's all you're going to get back. Like it's kind of like you're worried about all this stuff, but you're really capable of a lot more, if that makes sense. I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm not sure what you're asking by that. Hi, Grace. Sorry, I'm actually ending my list for the day. I should be back in a few days. I'm probably gonna do a spontaneous reading in a few days. I just have a couple doctor's appointments I have to get past in the beginning of the week. Does what I say make sense, Thakur? Okay. Thank you for your question. Just know that, like I said, just make sure your mindset is right. There's options around you, but you need to be open to them. Okay, and then Little, if you're ready, finally. I'm not sure if you're still helping Manisha. Yeah, thank you, Grace. I'll most likely be back on like Wednesday. Hi, Unbreakable. Well, I still have you written down. I can still get back to you. I'm just waiting to see if Little's ready. And then after Little, I can take you back because you were ahead of them. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like that mindset you have right now. That's what you need to get rid of. Because if you keep thinking like that, then you're not going to receive anything in return, if that makes sense. That's why you need to get rid of those negative thoughts and thinking. Anytime, unbreakable. I'm just waiting. I'm going to ask one more time, little. If you're here, if not, we can come back to you, and I'm going to help unbreakable. Because unbreakable was helpful from the start with the list and everything. And plus, they were in line to begin with. Okay, little, I see. You're still helping Manisha. Are you ready, little, or are you still helping them? Okay, little. Okay, little, go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay. Okay, little, now pick a card between 1 and 21. And I'm going to go ahead and roll some astrology dice so I can get a little bit more ideas. Okay, the I had told you when I did your reading, I wasn't getting a clear number. It was more like you need to clear your mindset and kind of make sure you're ready. You yourself are ready before you could be getting into any relationships. Like, you need to think that you are good enough and that people do like you before you can open yourself up to people, if that makes sense. Okay, Lilo, now back to you. Sorry about that. Okay, so for the cards, you have the Three of Swords. Okay, so as far as this card goes, little, this card is all about kind of like it seems like you may have an idea of which job is better for you as far as like best for you as far as like which one isn't gonna like which one is one that you can actually look forward to, like which one isn't one that you're gonna sit there and go in and dread every minute of it. Like there's one that you're favoriting more than the other. That's what I'm getting so far. But you just kind of like need to make sure you know what you want. Like, you want to be happy doing what you're doing. And as far as the I rolled some astrology dice just to kind of get a little bit deeper, and it seems like the overall energy of this is being very like communicative with yourself, also like intelligent, kind of like using thought processes, and overall it seems like it seems like maybe this like as far as what's better, it seems like it might be leaning a little bit more towards like the government job just a little bit. And that's just in an aspect of doing like of not doing but like receiving more out of it, because you get a lot of benefits when you work for jobs like that. But it's also like you also want to be happy doing what you're doing too, if that makes sense. But this is definitely like, yeah, because you even got, so you have like Venus, you have the eighth house, and you have Gemini energy. And this is all about like overall like corporate type jobs too. Okay. Okay. See, if you want to do all things like that, then maybe you can work on like your eighth house Aries. Okay. Yeah, then maybe you can work on like joint ventures if that makes sense. Like if like it's like all about like what makes you happy, like what do you see yourself doing, like I said, you want to be doing something that not only is beneficial to you, but you also want to be happy doing it, because there's no point in like, yeah, benefits are nice and all that, but what's the point if you're not happy doing it? Because with the overall dice that I rolled for you, it's all about working like within social networks, also being curious, which makes sense if you're saying you want to do all things. But it's also, this is kind of saying like, you have the communication skills to do all things, and you also have the like, you have the curiosity and you have the communication you need and the intelligence you need to do anything you want. So it's kind of like you just need to get in touch with yourself. Okay, I see what you're saying. See, then if you have it like that and you're kind of just all over the place like that, just kind of just maybe you should just reach for all of them at the same time and see which one bites. Like kind of like try it out as it comes, if that makes sense. Like you're capable of doing them all. That's like off the bat. That's what I'm getting. But it's more like I'm also getting you should try it. Like just shoot for them all, see what bites. And then go back and try later if the first one isn't fitting you, or if you want to switch up, or if it's just not what it expected to be. Because with the cards you pulled, I'm getting that some of these things that you do enjoy might end up being like a little like they may not be what they seem, if that makes sense. And it's kind of like you won't know until you try, if that makes sense. So just use the agility you have and just honestly just shoot for the stars. Try everything. Anything that's calling you, just try it out. Cuz you won't know if it's for you or not until you actually try, Yeah, see, then if you enjoy that, then try that. I mean, there's no harm, no foul, All you could do is try to get any job you want, apply for anything, and just see what you like. See what fits you, see what you can see yourself doing. Yeah, anytime. Thank you for your question, and thank you for helping Manisha earlier too. But like I said, lastly, just don't settle on anything. Make sure you try everything first, because with that card you received, or the card that you pulled or you picked, it seems like one of them may not be really what they seem to be, and you won't know that until you try it. Thank you, Lito. I appreciate it. Hope to see you in a few days when I do my readings again. Okay, Unbreakable. Thank you for asking your question. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can find out what's going on and how they see you. Hi, Dipti. Sorry, my list is actually closed right now because I have a good amount of people I still need to take care of. Okay, on break 1, I'll pick a card between 1 and 23. But if you want to come back, Dipti, you can come back in a few days. I'll be doing most likely a spontaneous reading after Tuesday. Like, I don't think the day of Tuesday, but after Tuesday. And then I'll be back on Saturday, I believe. Saturday or Sunday to do my routine reading. I just have a lot going on lately. But I do free readings every week for all my subscribers. That's why I ask you guys to subscribe. It's more for, like, your own benefit. Okay, Unbreakable. Okay, so it seems like with the cards you picked the Page of Cups. This is such a... I like this card. I really do. This is all about, like, So already off the bat, I'm definitely getting they admire you off the bat. And this is like, this card is all about, like, kind of like receiving unexpected and pleasant surprises. Kind of like expecting the unexpected, if that makes sense. And when they see you, like when they think of you, they get this, like, they look at you as like like an overall creative person that's also like very imaginative, and that just has like this great focus on overall like what they want. Like they kind of like, it seems like they may even daydream about you. And they're definitely, like I said, I'm definitely getting that they're like an admirer of yours. So I'm not sure if this is like a connection you're trying to pursue, but they're definitely admiring you from afar, if that makes sense. But besides that, I'm also getting that like if this is a relationship level or friendship level, it could go for either one. But it seems like with you, they see like a whole, like, kind of like a fresh light, like a fresh perspective on relationships, if that makes sense. And they kind of look at you and they have like this kind of like not in a bad way, if this makes sense, but like, okay, you know them for 2 to 3 weeks. It seems like they're overall, like, they're kind of like in awe of you. Like they look at you with a fresh set of eyes, and they have like this newfound appreciation for you. It's kind of like, like when you're a child and you don't really have anything to worry about and you're kind of just having fun. It's kind of like a childlike fascination of you, not in a weird or creepy way, if that makes sense, though. But it just seems like they overall, like, they admire you from afar. Like there's something about you that just sparks like this, like, innocence in them that they kind of like, they want to explore, if that makes sense. And this could, like I said, this could be on a friendship level too, if you're not trying to take it to that level. But they definitely do find you admirable, and they do want to get to know you better. And not like I said, it's however you apply it to your situation, but they do admire you from afar, not like in a weird way. Like it seems like their overall feelings, like they want to get to know you better. But from what they know of you so far, they admire you, if that makes sense. So overall, this is kind of like, I'm not sure if you're looking for a relationship or if you're just trying to, be friends with them. But this is kind of like expect the unexpected type of energy from them. And they're also like the type of person that shows their emotions. So you can expect them to definitely like tell you how they feel and let you know when like if they do plan on taking it or wanting to take it to the next step or take it further than just a friendship. Like they don't have an issue telling you how they feel. So if you don't think they do, well, I'm not sure if that's what you're trying to go for with as far as like a relationship or not, but it's like I said, expect the unexpected, if that makes sense. Because if you're not if you're not expecting them to take it like that, just kind of like, just kind of keep it in mind that they might take it to that because they do admire you from afar, but they do want to get to know you better too. Because with you, they just have like this breath of fresh air energy, if that makes sense. And that's why they find you so like admirable. So overall, just know that like happy surprises are in store for you. Like that's like the last message I'm really getting. And like honestly, like the overall message. Yeah. Okay, then if they're definitely doing that, then that makes sense. Because like I said, they already admire you from afar. And like I said, they're not scared to sit here and tell you how they feel. So just keep that in mind. Like I said, if they're admiring you from afar and they're complimenting you like that, you can expect the unexpected. Like they're definitely gonna want to take it somewhere with you. It's just a matter of when, if that makes sense, and if you want to or if you're willing. I wish you the best of luck with them, though. Like I said, they look at you as a breath of fresh air for a reason. That's a compliment too, because especially if they've gone through some stuff before. Anytime, Unbreakable. Thank you again for being here. Okay, Alishba, you can go ahead and ask your question, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Alishba, let's find out what's going on. You said pile 2. Okay, now pick a card between 1 and 24. Let's find out what's going on beneath it all. Okay. Go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 23 because you picked the Justice card and that's not going to give me that much of a clear answer, and I want to be able to give you a clearer answer than what this will give me, if that makes sense. Let me update this list really quickly, just so everybody can see where we're at. Okay, 6. Okay, interesting. Okay, so with this Justice card and the second card you pulled is the Four of Cups. So as far as what the reason is, it seems like, let me see. Okay, so this kind of seems like, it seems like there's something about this that it just seems like overall, like I don't want to say it like this, but it just seems like this is what it's saying. Like they're just this type of person that's not really that good at communicating. Like overall, they're not really that good at communicating, so that's why they were closed off to begin with. But as far as the reason why, it seems like there might be like you sharing what you did to them It seems like they have experienced it already from their side, so they're kind of sitting there like contemplating and trying to get an understanding because it's like they've been through with the way you're feeling, they felt that way before, if that makes sense. And they're having a hard time facing the fact that they're doing what they didn't think they were even capable of doing to you. I don't know if that makes sense. Like there needs, but they're also kind of like closed off because it's like when you opened yourself up to them, like you're like as far as everything you opened up to them about emotionally and just all of that, this kind of like they're kind of feeling a little bit stupid before, and they also feel kind of bad because like I said, the way that you felt, they've felt that before, and it's kind of like they didn't really respond much because they're kind of looking at the situation like like dang, I've felt like this before myself. So it's like they don't understand. Like they're kind of like trying to understand and figure out how to respond to you because they're realizing they kind of messed up as far as the situations. Yeah, we can pick one more because this is kind of like it's unclear as far as everything. It just seems right now they're kind of trying to figure out how they can approach you because they're not really good at it. Go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 23 so we can see what his current feelings are. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that they're in general closed off person, and that's for a reason though. That like usually people like that have gone through some stuff, and they're not used to sharing with people. Okay, this so then the overall it seems like the overall energy of how they're feeling. You have the Three of Cups here, and this is all about. See, this one is all about coming together. So honestly, it seems like like I said, they're trying to figure out how to communicate with you, but they're not really good at it. So, but with this card that you have, it seems like they're trying to figure out how to come together with you to kind of like move forward with this. Like, it's like, how to explain it as far as, because I know they're a closed off person. It just seems like this communication overall needs to be worked on. And they're trying to figure out how it could be worked on because they're not good at it, if that makes sense. Like their current feelings, like it's like they know that they're not good at communicating with you, but they don't know how to get better at it either. Because their feelings towards you, it just seems like they're very like contemplative right now. Like that's all these cards are getting, and like you deserve justice for that. 'Cause that's the first card you pulled, so that makes sense why you got that. Have you tried to talk to them and let them know that you've like noticed that they're a closed off person at all? Like try to get down to communicating better? Because I know people that aren't good at communicating, like it's hard to change people like that. Because it's more like, you can't really change something if you don't let them know it needs to be changed either. That's why I'm asking that. And it seems like that's what the situation is because the issues you're having with them, they don't really know how to respond. Yeah, the overall feelings are positive. They're trying to figure out how to get better at this communicating, if that makes sense. Because the last card you pulled is like a positive card. It's all about happiness. Oh, okay. Yeah, it just seems like you need to talk to them. Okay. Yeah, I can see how uncertain they are as a person. With these cards, I can just see it. Like overall, they're just struggling to figure out how to communicate with you effectively. It's not like they don't want to. They want to, but they're just not good at it. Like, they're not used to doing it. It seems like they've been closed off for a while, like, not just with you. So try not to take it too personal. I like either. Just try to be patient with them. But overall, with this, like, I'm just getting like a lot of them contemplating, trying to figure out how they can make it better. Like the situation between you guys, but also this communicating. But like I said, just try to be patient with them. Let them know how you're feeling as far as like, you pretty much poured yourself out, and you want not you. It's not like you're expecting the same, but you would appreciate it. Obviously, if they communicated a little bit more. Because like I told you too, some people can't really change if they don't know they need to change. If that makes sense. So it's kind of like, just stand your ground and kind of like put your foot down. I hope that makes sense. I'm getting like a lot of uncertain energy, like how they're feeling. They're trying to work on themselves overall, though, if that makes sense. Hi, Lane. Thank you for your question, Alicia, but I hope that makes sense. Okay, is Rupali or Amaris here? If not, then we'll move on to you, Zara. Or let's do it this way. Whoever is on the list right now, go ahead and chat if you're here, so I know what order to go in. Okay, thank you, Sacred. Okay, Zara, are you still here? I saw you chat a little bit previously. If not, then I'll just move on with you, Sacred. I'll give Zara like a few, 15 to 30 seconds to see. If not, then I'll just take them after you. But I'm shuffling these cards right away, so it'll be ready. Alright, we can go ahead and move on with you, Sacred. And then, Zara, if you come back, you'll come after Sacred. Okay, Sacred. So I already went ahead and shuffled the cards, so you can go ahead and just pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Okay, Sacred. After you ask your question, you can go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. Okay. Go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 26, Sacred. Because the card you picked first is the Hanged Man, and this one is all about like stagnancy, kind of like, you know, nothing really going on, if that makes sense, or like just a pause. Yeah, go ahead and pick one more card so I can get like a clearer answer, because this one is kind of like a standstill, if that makes sense. It's not really giving me motive answers, if that makes sense. So it's like I want to pull one more so we can kind of put them together and see what's going on. Okay, Zara, you'll come after Sacred. Okay, interesting. All right, Sacred. So this kind of makes sense. This makes a little bit more sense. So as far as if their motives are pure, you pulled the Moon card, and this card is just kind of know that this is kind of like this card usually suggests some like hidden, like some hidden things. Like the overall energy with this card is it can mean either like a couple things. Like it's kind of like your imagination is kind of getting the best of you. So, and that can go as far as like if how you're questioning. So it's kind of like you need to trust your intuition here, because this is like this means two things. Either your imagination is getting the best of you, and like, you know, and that could be because of previous experiences where the people have proven otherwise, where their motives aren't pure. But if you're feeling like that, you should also, like, you know, get in touch with how you feel deep down, and you feel like that for a reason, because at the end of the day, this card also means that it kind of suggests like a time when something may not be, or like may not appear to be what it is, if that makes sense. So this is kind of, but that could also be because of a misunderstanding or interpretation on like the underlying aspects. So this is kind of like asking you to get, like, to kind of touch on this subject deep down and ask yourself, how do you really feel? Like, this is kind of telling you to trust your gut, if that makes sense. But I am kind of getting there's kind of like some secrets beneath it. So it's kind of like be sure as far as what their motives really are. Okay, see, and that's what I'm saying, because like I told you, I'm getting like things may not be what they seem to be, if that makes sense. So this is kind of like be careful, because there's danger lurking in like lurking around, but you need to trust your intuition, because if you're feeling like this for a reason too, like this whole like you questioning their motive to begin with, like that's a sign, if that makes sense. Like you're not questioning it for no reason. So just like this is kind of like a proceed with caution. That's what I'm saying. See, so if you feel like that for a reason, you're feeling like that for a reason, because like I said, this card is all about like kind of like unraveling the hidden aspects of a situation, if that makes sense. And this card usually like tends to lean towards more like there's illusions and like deception that's there. But it's also telling you to like trust your intuition, like to trust your gut. So if you're feeling like that, you need to trust how you're feeling. And like lastly, I'm also getting there's like some hidden truths that need to be discovered, because it seems like you may be being tricked. So like just don't let the deception get to you. Like I said, just trust your intuition. You're feeling like this for a reason. Okay? Thank you for your question. Yeah. Okay, Sacred. I'm glad. Okay, Zara, let me shuffle these cards really quick, and then thank you for asking your question. You can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, pile 2. Okay, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27, Zara. So we can figure out what's going to happen after your guys' argument. Okay, 15. Okay, thank you, Renee. You'll be next. Okay. Okay, Zara, so with the cards you picked the Knight of Pentacles. And this is all about, like, the overall energy is like stubbornness, but loyalty when it comes down to it, if that makes sense. And it seems like after your guys' argument, like it seems like you guys are hardworking, and even if one side is more patient than the other, you guys are capable of getting past this. Just know that, even though I'm not sure if it's you or them that could be stubborn, no, I'm not getting that it's over at all. I'm getting that despite the stubbornness, they're very trustworthy and dedicated. Like, this isn't over energy at all. This is all about trying to fix what's going on so that there could be commitment, like a renewed commitment and stability and like security as well, because they want to, like, believe it or not, they are interested in working together towards like long-term goals. Like, they want to see eye to eye with you. Like, beneath that stubborn shell they have, they really are like they're trustworthy and dedicated, believe it or not. They just don't like to put it, like, they don't like to wear their heart on their sleeve, if that makes sense. And they're also like, I'm getting to that they're willing to put in like some hard work and effort to make this work. But they're not the type of person that's gonna like go out of their way and like tell you that either, if that makes sense. Yeah, see, I'm not really getting that they want to end it. It seems like, it's like I said, like, they're not one to really sit here and wear their heart on their sleeve. It's more like how they feel is how they feel. Like, they're stubborn, yes, but they're also very dedicated and trustworthy. It all depends on the underlying like situation that has this argument that you guys have taking place to begin with, though, too. Like, because I'm also getting it's difficult for that. Like, it's pretty difficult for you to like to get them to change their minds too, if that makes sense. But like, also I'm getting they don't like to take risks in love either, and that's why they're like dedicated and trustworthy. Hi, Ankita. My list is closed today. I'll be back in a few days for free readings for subscribers again. Yeah, Zara, you can go ahead and let's go ahead and pick one more card just to kind of get an idea, like a little bit deeper, I guess we can say, to see how they're feeling a little bit more. Go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 26. Anytime, Zara. Yeah, I appreciate your patience. That's why I'm trying to be helpful. Okay. Okay, interesting. I don't get this card that often. So it seems like the second card that you picked is the Five of Pentacles. Okay. Alright, so with this card, it seems like they are feeling a little bit isolated right now. And it seems like there's definitely like they definitely do feel like a strain between the two of you. And then they also feel like it's like a difficult time for the two of you, but they also feel like it's more important to draw close together instead of pulling apart, if that makes sense. And I'm also getting that they kind of find it difficult to communicate honestly with you or to be like even just emotionally close. So they kind of put up a wall with you and instead of like being open, if that makes sense. And that's obviously creating issues between the two of you. But the overall energy though, so there's definitely some underlying issues between you guys and they're aware of that, but they're not trying to pull, like I said, they're trying to work together. They don't want to pull apart. So this should be like kind of serve you as like a little bit more reassurance that they do understand that there's some issues, but you guys can work past them and they kind of have an idea of that. So it's kind of like just kind of be a little patient with them because I can see them they want to try with you, but just let them know that you're still there, you're still around, you know? Yeah, anytime, Zara. Thank you for being patient as well. Hi, Twinkle. Yeah, the free list is closed for today. I'll be back for free readings for subscribers in a few days. Okay, yeah, Zara, you should definitely do that. Good luck, Zara. I wish you guys the best of luck. They're not ready to call it quits, okay? To get that twice in a row, it means something. Okay, and then next up is Renee. Okay, Renee. And pick a pile between 1 or 3. 1 and 3, sorry. Okay, pile 3. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 30, Renee. Okay, 21. Okay, 6, 7. Okay, this is an interesting card. You know what, Renee? Go ahead and pick one more between... Go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 29. Because I want to get a little bit deeper to this first card you picked. This first card you pulled was the 7 of Wands. And this could be a little confusing, so I kind of want to pull a different one. 12, okay. Okay. Okay, so it seems like they're having some overall wishful thinking with you. So for the first card, you have the Seven of Wands, and the second card, you have the Seven of Cups. So overall, with part of it, it seems like they're kind of feeling like there may be some external factors that are working against the two of you. But but they're filled with this confidence that things are gonna work out. But they're also, it's kind of like, it seems like there may be some uncomfortable situations going on that's kind of having them question if they should set some boundaries or not. And also, it's kind of making them feel like they might not necessarily need to, but there might be a situation where they kind of have to fight for your guys' relationship or friendship, whatever that it is. But they're also here willing, and they want to put in any effort they have to make this, like, overall, like I said, friendship or relationship last. Oh, okay. Okay, then that kind of makes sense then. See, okay, so if you're saying it like that, it seems like that might be why there's, like, I think, okay, so then if you're saying it like that, that means that that might have created this, it might have turned the situation a little, not uncomfortable for them, but it's more like they don't necessarily object against it, but they also kind of feel like there's like these external factors where they're kind of scared to ruin what you guys have prior by making it not necessarily messy, but when you go from one, like, I don't know if you guys were friends before, like, when you go from one certain relationship to taking it to the next step type thing. And it seems like they're kind of like questioning, like, setting boundaries or not, because they kind of like, they're thinking the same as you, but because at the end of the day they don't want to lose you, but they're also kind of like, they also don't want to lose, and they don't want to take the risk either and lose the friendship that you guys have either, if that makes sense. But if you want to, if you hold on to this energy and you hold on to the feelings you have, it's going to get you through this. And it's kind of like, you also, if you like, if you're the one trying to take it to this next step, if you're saying you had this confession of the feelings, you can hold on to that and kind of just like tell them, because this, with this card also, this is all about, like, you may find yourself kind of like fighting for your relationship. And if that's the case, it's kind of like, you need to explain to them and kind of prove it to them. If you're trying to get to the next step, it's not going to mess anything up. And if, and kind of like reassure them that even if it didn't work out in that aspect, like, you're not going to feel some type of way. Like, you guys are able to go back to what you guys were before that. Because it seems like they're kind of setting boundaries because they're kind of scared. They don't want to risk losing you at all, if that makes sense. Because it does happen like that sometimes, where friendships will take it to the next level, take it to the next step. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes friendships will take it to the next step, and then it's like, some can't recuperate after if they go through that. Like, it's just never the same. And it seems like they're that type of person where they don't think that's gonna happen, but they're scared it's a possibility, and they don't want to lose your friendship with you either. So that's kind of why they're kind of setting boundaries right now. And that's kind of, obviously, the boundaries they're setting, since you guys haven't really talked since, is kind of making the situation between you guys a little uncomfortable, because you don't really know what's going on, because now you're kind of just sitting here left there after you confessed everything. So don't try not to take it too personal. It's more like they're kind of like approaching all these different ways. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So just kind of express that to them. Like, let them know, because it seems like they're overall scared of losing the friendship. That's really what it comes down to. then they're contemplating all these different ways to respond to you about it, because they're also looking at what you said and they're kind of taking it as like like what if it's too good to be true, you know? So it's kind of like they kind of need some more reassurance to know that this really isn't going to ruin your guys' friendship, because it seems like the overall they don't want to lose it. They really don't. But they also they're also exploring the possibility of you guys taking it to the next step, if that makes sense. But then they're like, weighing like the pros and the cons. Okay. Yeah, then just keep the communication open with them. Try not to make things weird, if that makes sense. Like, they heard what you had to say already. So kind of just go about it, like kind of like gracefully. Like, don't try not to be pushy or anything like that. But then, obviously eventually you need to address what you told them too. But it seems like right now they are feeling like they're feeling a little bit, just a little bit uneasy because they're kind of scared about losing you. It's kind of like you just need to give them some assurance that even if you guys do take it to the next step, that you just no harm, no foul type energy, if that makes sense. Because I'm seeing that they're kind of like daydreaming about what you said too, but they're also being very cautious about turning this into like a romantic relationship. But believe it or not, I'm getting they're tempted. They really are tempted. But they're taking their time to like consider things carefully, and just overall, they're kind of like, it's like I said, honestly, at the end of the day, you kind of just need to give them some assurance, because they're kind of like, it's like I said, they just don't want to lose you. They don't want to take that chance of losing you, but they're also exploring the idea too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't want to lose you, and that makes sense if you're saying you guys are still very close. Just let them know. Like, let them know what you told me, that, that, just like overall, like, just communicate with them. Ask them if they're willing to take it slow. Yeah, I see what you mean, though. Depending on what you told them already, just like, give them some time, see if they respond to what you said at all, or they may even just be waiting until you guys come back together to kind of talk it out in person. Because if you're saying you guys have like this break and you guys won't see each other, it seems like they kind of probably want to wait it out instead of like, taking something to the next step and then leaving and then coming back, so they might be doing that too. It seems like they're kind of just taking their time with this right now, because overall they don't want to mess up this friendship that you guys do have. Just keep giving them some time, and then when you guys come back together, like after this break, then you could kind of, bring it up again. But just keep the connection you guys have right now as far as still being very close, because that's a good sign. Because if you scared them off, they wouldn't be still very close. But it's like I told you, they don't want to lose your friendship that you guys have either. So just kind of be patient with them. Kind of use this break to get closer to them, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Like overall, just like let them know you're not going anywhere. Don't be too different or anything, because then they're gonna be like, then they're gonna know, they're gonna feel like something's off. Just show them you're capable of it. Yeah, you should just let them come to you at this point, because you already opened yourself up. Just be a little patient, and then after the break, if you haven't heard back or anything, just, I mean, you guys are already friends, so it's nothing wrong with asking again. But you could just be a little bit patient for now. But like, let them know that, like, use this break as an opportunity to show them that this friendship isn't going to go anywhere either way. If that makes sense. Like, kind of like use this break to prove to them that you really do mean it. Like, that You guys are going to be friends either way. Like you're not the type of person to obviously, call it quits or anything. See, and that's good. Just like pretty much show them that, because they're kind of just scared. They don't want to lose you overall. So just keep doing what you're doing. Try to be a little patient. I understand what your friend's saying, like letting them come to you, but you could just wait a little bit. Yeah, that's good then, if you're saying that too about affectionate wise. That's what I'm saying. Just keep doing everything, keep things the way they are. You already said what you said. Give them a little bit of time, be patient, and just show them that nothing's changing between the two of you. Like you need to give them that reassurance, and if you keep doing what you're doing, they're going to see that you're capable of it. Thank you for your question, though. I hope it makes sense of what I'm trying to get at. Okay. Next up is going to be Calpena. Let me know if you're still here. Or Elisa, let me know if you're still here. Anytime, Renee. Thank you. And then Empress, On Call, KK, BB, or Libra. Let me know if any of you guys are still here. And then whoever responds first, we'll move on with you. Okay, is anybody on the list still here in the chat? I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to see if anybody's still here before I end this stream. And then if there's anybody that's viewing, I'll be back in a few days for free readings for subscribers again. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying, Renee. That's good. You should keep it like that, with letting everything happen naturally. It's best like that too, because then you show them the type of person you are. Yeah, that's a good mindset, Renee. You should, yeah, just keep doing what you're doing, then you have a great mindset. And they're definitely gonna take notice of what you're doing too. I wish you the best of luck, okay? I definitely see some positive outcomes for you guys. Just keep doing what you're doing. It's great that you care to be patient. I'm gonna ask one last time if there's anybody that's on this current list still here. And then if not, I'm gonna close out this live stream. I'll give you about a couple minutes to see if anybody's still here before I end it. Okay, this is the last call for anybody that's on the current list right now. If your name is on the current list right now, this is your last call to let me know so we could get your reading in before I close out the stream. Okay. See, Renee, but if they're doing that in front of people, that's kind of, you should look at that as a good thing, though. Because it just seems like, see, and maybe they're doing this whole, when they pull away, when it's just the two of you, it could be because, like, they get like a little bit like shy without getting shy, because it's always like a more intimate setting when it's just the two of you. Just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep taking it slow. Because they're definitely acting that way, like with this whole holding on to you to begin with for a reason. I wish you the best of luck, and don't feel free to come back in a few days. I usually schedule my readings ahead of time. Feel free to come back too and ask any question you'd like the next time I come back. I'm gonna go ahead and close out the stream because I don't think anybody on this list is here anymore. But I wish you the best of luck, Renee. And like I said, just keep doing what you're doing. Be patient. Show them who you are. They know who you are as a person. But just keep showing them that, whether this turns into a relationship or not, the friendship's not going anywhere. Yeah, you have a nice day too, Renee. Thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, it happens a lot, especially when the line gets like long like that. That's why I usually close it eventually because it gets too long. Thank you again, Renee. I hope you have a good rest of your day.